Okay, let us begin. That was just a bit spooky, but everything's fine. Everything's good. Welcome, everybody. I haven't fully swallowed the dates that I found on the kitchen counter, which was very delicious. So, welcome to today's continuation of this thing. How's life? As for our daily weather report, it is gloomy and rainy, and as if I care. I have a blackout curtain right here anyway, because sunlight and streaming do not mix. The sun is very bright and it doesn't like being consistent, which are two things that streaming setups really don't appreciate. Okay, but that being said, like it matters. Yeah, like it matters what's going on outside. Because we are doing a title. Woo! That means it's a good day. So, what have we achieved? What do we want to work on today? I feel very glad that I've put this into a folder that is generically named. So, I have... I haven't done pretty much anything off stream. I've done some fixing so that the Steam integration works properly, for lack of a better word, such that it recognizes the demo for what it is, because strictly speaking, the demo version of a game is a different game than the game proper, as far as Steam is concerned. But all that means, thanks to the thanks to the high amount of abstraction that Steam offers, all that means is that you need to enter a different ID. And from that point forward, the Steam extension will take care of it all for you. Which is excellent. I've also turned off the extension being active in the itch build, which is probably a good idea, I'd figure, you know. I'd wager a guess that it probably shouldn't ask you for a Steam login and also for you to own the demo, which isn't currently released yet, so that's impossible, in order to launch. Well, good news, bad news. Yeah. Good news is that thanks to the Steamworks extension, using Steam as DRM is going to be a breeze, because it does that for you. When the Steamworks extension is included in your project, it will automatically go in and it'll check whether you have the game in question, and if not, it's just not gonna allow you to launch it. At least, you know, as simple as that goes. There are ways around the Steam DRM methods. I'm not perfectly familiar with them because, you know, I'm not a lead hacker who copies the same scripts that everybody uses. Though, there is a secret to be had. You're not really tricking Steam. You're more exploiting a developer-intended shortcut that it's called App ID 480 Space Wars, which is a hidden game that everybody has in their library that is used as a default. It's used for testing stuff. It's pretty much, if you don't have a game properly set up on Steam, that's what you can use to test stuff. So it needs to be available, and it needs to bypass the app ownership tests. So pretty much, when you are cracking a Steam game, you're not circumventing the DRM. You're just telling it that this is totally, that's different game, promise. So the game still talks to Steam. The game still registers that you are playing it, and Steam knows that you're playing app ID 480. Steam knows that you're being naughty. It just permit it, because there's no being sure whether you're actually playing a pirated game or playing, well, or whether you're a developer who's fiddling around with Steam integration on an unfinished game. Also, there's kind of no point going after pirates, I'll say. I'm not sure that's gonna work. Let's just open our objects as we want them, because for some reason they're all closed. Which is... I probably did that. But what are you gonna do? Hey, you're here. Excellent. What are you gonna do, right? You're gonna ban some kid who can't afford the game anyway? Gabe says it. Piracy is a service problem. Piracy is an availability problem. And when the game is convenient and easy to get, you're gonna buy it. That's literally how it works. If a game is just on Steam and I can, okay, here's my card, take $5, thank you, I have the game now. And it's being downloaded and updated for me and managed. Yeah, deal. I'll pay, even if it would be super easy to pirate. Anyway, so what are we doing today? We are working on the undo and redo mechanics of poster artistry, for which we've done a good bit of setup yesterday, which is located roughly about here. Yes. So the room handler currently has the capability to store a list of restore points that theoretically, they currently don't, but theoretically, as far as the room handler knows, that's all there is to it. All of this and the updates components method. That's all there is to it. Obviously, this data isn't populated, so it's not going to do anything, and these set state methods don't do anything, but they exist. So that they, at one point, they might do anything, and at that point, we'll be able to restore our behavior. So, what shall we do? Let's try, because I am of course, a very good software engineer, I do actually like how I've set this up, that going to the previous or next restore point or erasing all existing restore points, it all goes through the set restore point index method, which both sets the restore point and then updates the components, which is excellent. That means that we can just call these methods and everything's gonna happen. We don't need to be concerned about if I click the button Do I need to update my enablement and whatnot? No. It'll be simple as that. So, let us, I arbitrarily decide we are going to go to the size controls in order to actually put those buttons there. Right now, all that we have is the undo and redo arrows that are visually there, but they aren't functional in any way. Quiet music. But they're not going to do anything, they're just simple sprite builders. I have very slightly cooked these such that the redo button is disabled and the undo button isn't, because I was taking screenshots yesterday and the functionality isn't finished, but on a screenshot nobody can tell the difference. So I made a little drawing. It was the most obvious thing you can think of. You have a grassy meadow, and in that meadow, no, it was like this. In that meadow, you have a little house. I think it was one taller. And it's got a roof. Actually, it was even wider than that, but that's the kind of screenshots we had. And sure, it's not doing anything, but it looks like it does anything, which is all that we really need to ask. So, consequently, what do we need? Well, we can just start working from here. In fact, we can simply uncomment this stuff in order to make the arrow builders properly behave. Now, step 1, magic numbers. Bad. Don't like it. So, fix that. Put that here in the numbers constants. Disabled arrow alpha is 0.3. Enabled arrow alpha is 1. That is going to, for one, it's going to make it more clear what's what, and also we are already using this number in 2 different places, so if we say want to go to like 0.4 alpha, we can change it in one place and it's going to change everywhere. Next, we need buttons. We need buttons to be pressable. So we're gonna put those right here. Undo button is create button sprite, which creates a button that is sized to perfectly cover a given sprite. Conveniently, I made this little function, and since I already have the arrow sprite, I don't need to care how big it is. I can just make a maker figure out. So this is gonna be centered exactly on the sprite, so we can use the same offsets. Next it takes the on click, for which we want to there are 2 possible patterns here. There is, we can go to previous restore point. We can just pass this function directly from the room handler if we don't want it to do anything beyond doing that. However, I am going to abstract that a little bit. On undo button clicked, both for philosophical reasons and for practical ones. what if I want to add additional behavior? And second philosophical reason is it makes sense that the behavior that the button triggers, which is fundamentally something of these size controls, that behavior is at least visibly defined within these size controls. Also, practical reason is I want to add additional behavior onto that, so I need to make a function that both makes a room handler move to the previous restore point and also does an additional thing. The additional thing is going to be playing a sound. This is a very, very audio-visual game after all. So, give it the sprite. As I said, that's that. The function doesn't take any arguments, so that's good. And for this, we can pretty much do the same thing. We just swap out the X offset. Without that, it's now a redo. And there we are. Now we need to implement those callbacks, of course, which have a beautiful point right here where there already are a bunch of callbacks. Function on undo button click it, which for one, it's gonna do what we did before. It's going to go to the room handler and tell it to go to the previous restore point. And also it's going to play a sound effect, which is B5. Sorry, H4. H48, I'm feeling. You see, because these notes are named after the German scheme where the whole tone between A and C is called H, and B is the half tone. What's it? It's the half tone above H? And that is because it's actually between A and C, where H isn't, even though it is the white key. Listen, there is no amount of mathematics or reason within music. You would think, well, there's a consistent amount of hertz between different tones. Or maybe there's a specific ratio, or there's any kind of logic as to which keys are white and which keys are blue. Black. There is not. Some steps that are mathematically whole tones are instead mapped to the black keys because they are half tone steps, and vice versa. The point is, do you know why we are using H4 here? Because in English, of course, it makes a little bit more sense where the octave, though it begins with C and goes C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Also, an octave only has 7 tones. Because why would it make sense? Sorry, I'm channeling Elf too hard. Or maybe Elf is speaking out some of my personal gripes. Don't tell anyone. No. But, so, on the undo button we play B. On the redo button we play F. Because it goes back and forwards. That's the joke. That's exactly the joke. Will anybody notice? No. Does it matter? Not really. Let's see. Also, I need to check. These confirmation sounds, they are A, F, and D. That's good. Yeah, so they are different sounds. I might want to move these to quarters. Yeah, let's. Because the brush radius confirmation sounds are themselves quarters. So that's a little bit more consistent. Okay. So, now that should pretty much be us. Currently these buttons, if I try to click them, they're going to crash the game, which is not going to be good. Undo button disable. No, enable. Here. Yes. I kind of hate this pattern, though it only makes sense, yeah? What this does is it checks, do we have an undo point to go to? And if we do, then enable the arrow builder and button, and if we don't, then disable them. So this is simple enough, it makes sense, but I do hate how this looks. That it has to be two separate if else, and there's just entirely too many function calls here. Of course, it wouldn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be. I think object button has a set enabled method. I think it has because I gave it one. So instead of that, I could go redo button set enabled, and in this case that would be not in the if, it would just be out here, and we'd have this boolean. There we go. And we can then also predefine that a little. The thing is that's doable, but it's also dirty. I think it's a little cleaner to explicitly spell out that it is enabled and disabled in these cases. That's why these abstractions exist. So I suppose the answer is it is dirty, but the alternative is worse. So with this now fully implemented, what we are going to experience is that absolutely nothing is going to happen, because the game should properly detect that there aren't any restore points to move to, though there is the first restore point, this one, empty paper, which does matter, you gotta have that one. There's not any more, so nothing to move to. No. Now. Well, we can move between restore points. We just gotta create some of them. For that is going to be thoroughly the job of the drawable paper, or if it isn't, then at the very least we can find out whose job it is. I should abstract this. Huh? Let's think. So, what I want to happen is that when you put anything on the paper, if you use a template, or if you stop drawing freehand, then we want to create a restore point. or that. There's an easy part to this and one that's probably going to be quite hard. First off, let us locate. So add sprite and add text are called whence. GameMaker won't say. Excellent. It is called out of the template, which is given the paper, and this is maybe a little bit of a labyrinthine call chain, but I promise this does make sense. So when a template is right-clicked upon, it asks the room handler to apply this, to apply itself to the paper. Or that. That's good. You know, I was planning to put the create restore point code in multiple places, but you know, I've already got this on template used method, which is called no matter which template is used. Ah, the magic of callbacks. So, all that we really need to do is, after a template is used, so just after we've applied this drawing onto the paper, we need to create a restore point. Because we already have the current state as a restore point, we need to add the new state as a restore point. Therefore, this is actually super close. It's just down here. We traveled so far and yet we ended up right where we started. There we go. There it is. That's all that it needed. I love coding sometimes. If you do it well, then it is super easy and big things take only little changes to do. And this, again, currently isn't doing anything, but we should already be able to see something happen. We should be able to apply some templates which will create restore points that should then get stored and enable and disable these arrows, with which I can then also move around them. Now, place your bets now. Did I implement this correctly? Did I make some big oopsies? Is the game going to crash? 3, 2, 1. God, I'm good. Ish. Uh-huh. That's okay. There it is. There's the crash. Ha! I think I just didn't properly implement the reset. So, we have observed two problems, which is already good. Remember, make the smallest testable unit and then test it, so that you know what you've made is working properly before you make anything else, building on top of that. Let's see. 208. So it attempts to update the components after resetting. I think this may be a connected issue to what we observed at first, which is that it doesn't appear to create a restore point as we start. And, well, obviously it doesn't. Because, well, we don't. We have the method in order to create a restore point, but it is never called. Look, create restore point is called when you use a template and it's defined, but in order to be able to go back to the white paper, even though there is an argument to be made that the white paper maybe doesn't need to be a restore point, because, well, you've always got one way to get back to the white paper, and if you truly want nothing, then toss it in the garbage. But it does make sense that any change can be unmade, even the first change that you did. So, once we have initialized the entire room, we want to create our first restore point right there and then. Additionally, this... well, let's see what happens. I can imagine that it is still a little unworking as intended, we'll call it, when we press the restore button. So the garbage can right here. Sure, you, I guess. No. See? There we have this as a restore point, and this would now be the empty paper, except, you know. So that works. If I press this, that works. It's just if I now try to go forward to a restore point that no longer exists, we borked it. Right. Which raises the question, why is that button... well, you know what they say. You can't spell horrible, gruesome slaughter without laughter. No, you're putting a terrible idea in my head. It wouldn't be terribly impossible to mod this game to be actually metal themed. I mean, well, true, most of the band names are a little more difficult to turn into metal bands, though, I mean, personally, I have absolutely no doubt that there is a metal band. Crystal Dream actually sounds... it doesn't sound metal, it sounds more emo rock. Let's Google that. Crystal Dreams obviously is a... there's a bunch of scam crystal shops. Yep! Pop rock band! There it is! That's the beauty of it. You can let the game generate you a random name and try to guess what the genre is. I'm sure there's a band named Golden Hearts. What genre do we figure? Golden Heart is the debut solo studio album by British singer, songwriter, and guitarist Mark Knopfler. We know who that is, I guess. I don't know. Yes, we do, collectively, because I sure don't. But that's because I don't do music. Yes, the creator behind Dire Straits, I know what that is. Listen, I don't do music, I made a music-themed game. Despite knowing, hell, at the start of this project I couldn't even read music sheets. I have since then acquired that skill because it's kinda necessary. Sultans of Swing, money for nothing. My friend, why do you tell me things assuming I'll recognize any of them? Yeah, sure, if they're famous, I guess. But But so, what's truly happening is when we reset, we do go back to the first reset point, but the rest are not purged. Which means, well, obviously they're not purged because we don't call the method that does it. That sounds so trivial, but it really is just the truth in code. Does it do a thing? Like, shouldn't this thing collide with the floor? I don't know, did you make it collide with the floor? If you don't define that, and it doesn't happen that your development environment bakes it in for you, well, it's not gonna. There is a lot of work in Unity, for example, or in GameMaker, before you can have a ball that sits on a table instead of falling through the table. Hell, if you want the ball to fall onto the table, that's gonna be another 2 hours. And that's if you're following the tutorial. Anyway, so yes. Here in reset restore points. So we do call the prune later restore points method. So for all intents and purposes, they should be gone. Let us find out why they're not. Probably because something's icky here. Let's see. At this point, there are 2 elements in the restore points array. Restore point index is 0, which means there are 2 elements. We want to keep the first one. We want to delete everything after the current restore point index. So we start deleting at index 1, and this is 2 minus 0 plus 1, which means I don't know why this would go wrong, but let's just have a peek and see what's going wrong in the debugger. It may seem off to pause development in order to figure this out, but obviously I need this to be working properly. Okay, so it is calling the method alright. In fact, this is actually when I want to stop. So, here we are. We are in prune restore points. And what are our variables like? No. Sorry. I know what it is. It is properly pruning the restore points. That's good. The problem is that we are setting the restore point index to 0, we're pruning the restore points, but we never tell the components to update, which is done when we set the restore point index. So that's a bugger because ideally I would only want this function to be called once. I would want to know that the button enablement is centrally updated. However, well, we are running into a chicken and egg problem because we want to prune all restore points after setting the restore point index to the start, obviously, because otherwise, what's the point? Because otherwise, we're not gonna prune anything, we're not gonna go back to the start. But at the same time, this is then going to call update components too early in order for the size controls to get the memo that there are no further restore points. So there's a super trivial solution to this. I'm just hanging myself up on the details. For instance, we can call update components here, but this isn't fully necessary. So what this is going to do is it's going to update the paper to be white and the requirements to be unmet, because we're going back to the start here already, and then we're calling it again. That's a lot of wasted effort. But it is a bit cleaner. The alternative is that we simply take the button enablement out of here and call it here, which is fine, although it might even want to go elsewhere. It might be that we want to, after pruning the later restore points, we want to update the button enablement. Though in this case it does not matter, because when we add a restore point, the buttons are already properly updated, because the restore point index is set after the restore point is added, meaning the buttons are updated, and as a consequence that's working perfectly well. As you saw, it enables the undo button once we add a restore point. With that in mind, well, philosophical question. This is possible. It's possible for this to create a state where we want to disable the redo button, but I think it is better to just put it in here, because this is where we know the redo button must be disabled in order for the program to work properly and not crash. So take this, create restore point, create a bunch more, we can scroll between them. Obviously nothing's happening so far, and we can toss it in the garbage, which will disable all of the stuff and disable the buttons, at which point we can go back to adding more. Every time that I do that, every time that I make something, then crumple it up and toss it aside, it triggers the cat center in my brain. It is so deeply satisfying in a nihilist kind of sense, right? It's not just that, haha, the paper falls off the desk, though that is very funny in its own right. It is specifically the act of creating something and then carelessly tossing it away, because it doesn't actually matter. You don't like it, or at least you don't like it enough to preserve it. It's got a very implied kind of nihilist feel to it, which I find satisfying and amusing. But, so, there's the buttons. Those are working. So, let us see if we can't make the paper behave. Well, sorry, there's creating the restore points when a template is used. Thing is, that that's the easy part. We also need to do this when you stop drawing freehand. We need to also create a restore point, which currently isn't that easy, because this is all there is to it. Every tick of the game, every frame, we check, are we currently drawing? And I'm sorry, this is begging to be extracted. I can stop anytime that I want, okay? I can stop abstracting anytime. I just like putting names on things. Yeah, isn't that so much prettier? And now we know if the user is drawing freehand, then do the thing, which is, let's not even talk about that. Basically, it makes you draw on the pixel grid. It was very complicated, making it so that not only everything you draw is aligned to the pixel grid, but also it tracks the mouse movement between this frame and the last, and then it draws the line that your mouse moved through, which is strictly speaking not perfect. If you do a weird curve within 1/60th of a second, it's just gonna make a straight line between here and there, but yeah, we are humans, so 1/60th of a second is 16 milliseconds? Yes? Yeah, 16 milliseconds, which is comfortably about 7 or 8% of how quickly humans could even react, let alone perceive a difference, let alone enact a difference. Reaction time is in the realm of 400 milliseconds, 300 if you're good. If you are very quick and you train for Twitch reaction, you can get about 200 milliseconds. So, by the way, that means that as far as reacting goes, as far as reacting to an input goes, you're not getting that much out of going from 60 frames to 144. Monitor companies are scamming you. You're not playing better on a higher hertz monitor. Anyway, so the way that this is currently set up, anytime that you are not drawing freehand, we just tell it to stop playing freehand, which might be suboptimal anyway. Well, I might have... What was that noise? I might just have the hook that I want, because, of course, the stop playing drawing freehand, what it does is there's a crayon noise as you scribble. This tracks that. And it also keeps track of whether you're currently doing it. And anytime that, well, this stops being met, so anytime that you, by magic or by space race, put down the crayon, or you no longer hold down the drawing input, or you move the mouse off the surface, it'll quit. It'll quit doing its thing. Which means, because this only triggers once every time that you let go, otherwise it'll fail this if and do nothing, we can totally just put our method call in here. Global room handler Create restore point. There we are. Easy. Weird how that happens when you have code that is legible and well abstracted into tiny pieces. Also, so there would have been another way, is I could have used an event. I could have used the write up event with a little bit of tinkering to basically check when you release the right mouse button. But then I would also have to separately check for a key up event for the right mouse accessibility button, which is freely rebindable, by the way. Hang on, I need to check a thing. I'm pretty sure you can't, but I just need to check. So this is so much easier. Question. Right. Sorry, I was just wondering, can I bind right mouse button to simulate right mouse button? No. No, you can't. And, well, first off, it's silly. There would be no reason to do it. Also, it would probably break the game because the way it's implemented is a little jank, but it works in that all components that have a left pressed event or a right pressed event or whatever that basically are sensitive to the mouse tell the room handler that they are so, and then each step of the game, object our room handler, here it is, each step of the game, whatever room handler is in the room with you looks, hey, did you press the left mouse button? Cool. Trigger both the left press event and the global left press event for any instances that are listening to this. And in this case, press the left mouse button obviously means you pressed space or whatever you bound it to. Also, are you holding it down? If yes, then trigger the left held event, and so on. This is kind of cool because it literally uses the events. It simulates it as though you did press mouse click, and I do actually like to use the control key instead of right mouse button specifically for drawing, because it's easier to draw accurately when you don't have to also squeeze down the mouse. Right. That's that. Now, what we need to do out of here is we need to find our method stub. Get state. There it is. So, we are, I suppose we can test first. We are properly instantiating our restore points. We can move between them. It's just that nothing happens. So we need to, when we create a restore point, we need to actually store the required data for doing so. Look. Oh, nothing's happening yet. And as soon as I let go, it creates a restore point. Same for if I go off the paper, it stops drawing, so it creates a restore point. Yeah. Perfect. I am just the best. So we need to feed the restore point meaningful data, and additionally, once we have that data, we also need to, well, set it up, which is gonna be super simple, built in inconvenience. We are gonna need to do some technical stuff. So how it works is Graphics memory is volatile. Every time that a surface is mentioned in the menu, which is what this paper is effectively, it's a surface that you can draw graphics onto. You don't need more technical details than that. The graphics memory may be cleared at any point, especially if you tab out of the game. Which means if you want to keep what's on it, then you are gonna have to store it. And for this, we can use buffers. Oh, I just noticed I'm doing something naughty. This isn't what are we doing here? Oh. So to begin with, we're only checking the mouse, not the accessibility buttons. So if you draw with the accessibility buttons, then it doesn't actually get saved. And yes, I know that this says buffer get surface GameMaker. GameMaker was made by aliens, so buffer get surface actually writes the surface into the buffer. It's like, hey buffer, go get that surface. Is this completely breaking convention of what the words get and set mean? Yes, but GameMaker. And likewise, set surface pulls the data out of the buffer and writes it to the surface. So we're going to need to take a look at this to make sure that it properly saves into a surface, or it properly saves into a buffer. And when we create a restore point, we want to take this buffer, possibly copy it, and then put it into the restore point. I might even be able to, instead of using one static buffer for the paper, I might be fully able to toss this buffer here and just, if we detect that you may have tabbed out, we ask the room handler for the current restore point and restore the surface from that, because there's no need to store this redundantly. But we are going to do that in a minute because it is the top of the hour. The pre-roll demon is looming its ugly head, which means I am going to take my first midstream break of the morning, stand up, stretch my legs, maybe get a little bit of breakfast. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't get too far. Gonna run some ads so that the pre-roll demon goes away. You're not gonna miss anything. In a few minutes we're gonna be back and we're gonna see if we can't make the paper storage state and restore from it when we go backwards and forwards. See you in a bit. Okay, doke, let us continue. I don't know why I say I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs. I guess it's encouragement for you guys to do the same. That should be about over. Because, well, it's a lie. I do all my developing standing up. I got a standing desk. Hang on, music needs to go down. So, I'm already standing up. What am I gonna do? Stand up twice? Not anymore, I'm not. So, to begin with, why do we... I'm sorry, I'm just confused. I'm trying to grasp my old life. I think... Yeah. It used to be that you drew freehand with the left mouse button. That's why we have this here. And as of now, you only ever draw with the right button. So, also this is just awful. I hate this. Goodness gracious. You know how awful this is? This checks whether you click the right mouse button anywhere in the room, not even on the paper. Gosh. Hate it. Don't like it. Absolutely detest it. You hate to see it. Right. So, we are going to remake that precisely as I described before the break, which is that for that, in order to describe the state that the drawable paper is in, we are going to... Oopsie poopsie, I pressed a button that I shouldn't have. Where are we? Who am I? Oh, sorry, I went to a completely different object. Here we are. In order to store the state, we are going to need to store the state that the surface is in. For that, we use buffers. And the buffer is created with an abstraction that I made because naturally... Listen, I'm allowed to call my method create thing better if it's true. Because Game Maker's Manual very strongly encourages you to create your surfaces with powers of 2 as for its dimensions. Because something, otherwise it's not going to lay out well, or there may be display bugs on specifically web platforms, I believe. Does that mean that Game Maker does it in the background for you, or that there is a function that you can call which automatically finds the next bigger power of 2 and creates a surface with those dimensions? Obviously not. If you happen to read the manual and you care, you can do it yourself, idiot. Which is why I made this little abstraction, which does precisely that. It takes the width and height, finds the nearest greater power, and, well, this is for the buffer, which just needs to be told how much data do we need to put in the buffer. Because it needs to be able to fit every pixel that the surface has. So naturally that's width times height times 4 channels, I think. I did that math once, it's probably true. So we need to create ourselves a buffer, and we need to buffer get surface into this buffer our current surface at an offset of 0, which is what we're doing up here. That gives us a buffer that contains all the information from our paper. Right. There is a very big issue that I am going to address in a second. For now, this gives us a drawable paper state, which can now take this buffer. I don't believe you can check whether anything is a buffer, so that's fine. I can't type check here, but that's okay. So function get buffer, which is gonna return this out, and then we're going to assign it. Yep. Yeah, we are. Obviously, pass that in there. Yeah. Now, this memory leaks because we are creating buffers, but we are not releasing them. And buffers, by nature, are persistent. They are allocating space in RAM in order to put data that you want to keep. So, we are going to have to worry about releasing them, ideally as we go. At the very least, as we leave the room. But worry about that in a sec. For now, let us finish the set state. So, when we are told to restore the paper, we want to receive a drawable paper state, which is going to give us a buffer that we have just defined in the state. Get the buffer, and then we can use that in order to restore the surface to what it was. Now, that's good. What we are going to need is this works for the restore points. But if I want to fully dispose of the field buffer, that is this here, and handle alt tabbing purely through restore points, we also need to be able to request the current state from the room handler, for which, well, what do I wish that method would look like? Well, we are going to just completely reuse the set state method. It wasn't 100% meant for that. And there is an argument to be made that we want to only get the current buffer. But at the same time, I think this is okay. What's more important is that we are only writing to the surface in one place, so that we know if something's happening, it's in that one place. So, in order to set our state, we obviously need to get our current state. And there are two possible options. We can request the room handler to give us, hey, room handler, tell me the current restore point, and then that's going to be like, you can tell from me using abbreviations that I don't plan on keeping this code, get paper state. This would work because we can grab the restore point and then extract the state that we care about. The thing is, this breaks encapsulation, because we don't know or care that this is a poster artistry restore point, it's called. We don't know or care that this is a different object that has the paper state within it. We just care that we get our paper state. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm directly going to call get current paper state. There. Because give onto the room handler what is the room handler's. It says that in the Bible somewhere. I wished I'd memorized what that verse is. What is that verse that I'm thinking of? Render unto Kaiser what the things which are Kaiser's. No results found. Thank you. Thank you. Web result. Yes, Matthew 22:15 and Mark 12:13. Anyway, it's not important. The point is, let the room handler do its thing. Let the room handler do its thing and worry about the states that is the room handler's. And as far as the drawable paper is concerned, only the paper state exists. So we need to implement this naturally. Room handler poster artistry. So this is gonna be somewhere here. Let's put it at the end. There is possibly an argument to be made. Get current paper state. There is an argument to be made that instead of grabbing this restore point like this, we could now use this function in the paper set state call. Maybe that's not the worst idea, because you see, now we need to separately grab the restore point and extract what the paper state is. And instead of cut and paste, I'm using copy and paste, which means we got duplicated codes, and that is always, always, always going to turn into a problem. That's a problem. In fact, let me cook. I got an idea, which is very much by the letter of clean codes, which I think is overdoing it a little bit. But what if we have a method that just gives us our current restore point, which obviously is just this array access. Then we call this method out of here. We call this method, so we now know, we no longer know or care how the current restore point is defined. We just know that it exists, we can get it, and we can extract the paper state from it. Which means we can now replace that with get current paper state when we update our components. And you may see where this is going. Get current requirements state. This method isn't strictly necessary because because the requirements are only ever going to get updated out of this method. So it's not duplication to have the there's no risk of duplication even. Whereas the current paper state needs to be accessible both out of update components, and we also need the it when we have alt tabbed in order to restore the paper. But get current requirement state, put that in here, and now we no longer need this array access here. There. So if for some reason we wanted to change that, we can now easily do so, and we can be safe in the knowledge that anytime the current paper state is requested, we're going to get the same answer. We are going to, in this case, get the current paper state from just what is the current restore point. But this could easily change, if we wanted to make some kind of special case, maybe just for the paper. That would be something. Or if we want some kind of logic, like have a fallback if there are no restore points, or whatever. What is certain is, unlikely though that is, it is good to have only one copy of the code that actually does anything, the productive code. So only this line ever reads the restore points array. Only this line gets us the current restore point, which means if anything does change, we only ever need to update it here, and we aren't at risk of desynchronization where we update one point but we forget about the other. Oh, that's cute. That looks good. Looks good to me. There's one slight downside that should also be mentioned of doing it this way, which is because we are grabbing the current restore points in both of these methods, we need to access the array twice, where previously here we only needed to access the array once. And we could then operate on our existing result twice. That being said, that's not really a concern that you need to have, especially with one-dimensional arrays. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about essentially, don't worry about making the computer do it multiple times. That's fine. As long as it's in the code only once, that's better than having it in the code multiple times so that the computer only does it once. Yeah? Usually. Obviously, if you do something very expensive, like, I don't know, loading audio assets or something like that, yes, you should only do it once. And there it's worth optimizing. But only optimize what you know to be a problem. Only optimize if you have profiled and you have found that the game's taking a long time. Right. All that being said, I think we can simply toss that now. Yeah. Because we no longer need to separately check when we have probably stopped drawing in order to create a restore point. Because now we are automatically creating a restore point anytime that we stop drawing. We are moving on to that restore point, which means when we Alt Tab when the surface disappears from our graphics memory, then we are able to restore it. So money, meat mouth. Let's make a beautiful drawing and tab away from the game. In fact, no, it's still visible. One sec, gotta do one thing. I need to change the run config, which is that I set it to borderless window because that makes it easier to take screenshots. Did that actually update the run config? Because I did click cancel. Yes, good. Okay. Okay. So it's not just alt tabbing that empties the VRAM because the game is still visible on my monitor. What you need to do is you need to actually minimize it, which I couldn't do because it was in borderless window, so I didn't have the top border to minimize it. Okay, one more time. Beautiful drawing. Minimize. Hey, Mr. D-Boy. Actually, I'm not sure it is going to empty the graphics memory at any point because OBS is still recording it. So let's see. Quantum object. The game is no longer being observed. Well, it looks like the paper is there. Look, sorcery. I have done the thing. And it was actually super easy. Barely an inconvenience. God, that's actually awesome. That's great. Now, it is currently memory leaking, but that's okay. It'll clean up the memory when I quit the game. There, memory leak created. I am currently leaking 2 papers worth of memory. Oh no, undo that. And redo it, and undo it. And if I now do this, then the previous restore point is done. It's gone. +1 papers worth of memory leak. +1 papers worth of memory leak. Right, let's attend to that. So, let's see. D-Boy, you're working in Godot, right? So, this, I don't know. You might not be able to keep up with the technical details, but it doesn't matter. Maybe Godot has surfaces as such a term anyway, you know, it doesn't matter. So how it works is it's super simple. Anytime that you stop drawing, which means you move the crayon off the paper or you just stop pressing the button, we tell the room handler to, where is it? Here it is. We tell the room handler to create a restore point. That then goes into our list. And we can navigate between those points and we can restore the surface from that list of restore points. It's super easy. But how's life? Did you manage to find a name for cute fantasy game? But I still maintain there is maybe a market for cute fantasy game, though admittedly that name does make me think of a hyper generic, you know, small animal with a sword, has to save the world, and maybe it's a metaphorical journey about losing one's innocence in the face of a dark world. You know, your Oris, your what's it called? It's a single word name. The game that does not feature a tutorial, in which it's a mechanic that you there's a manual in the game, but it's written in a language that you don't speak. That one. That one's really cute. But, you know, it makes me think more of a, well, Metroidvania than an automation game, so it is not the worst idea to change the name. But, so, in order to prevent memory leaks, what needs to happen is that anytime we dispose of a restore point, we need to free the buffers from that. Now, for that, this is a bit annoying because actually, no, I think I need to manually free the buffers, right? The garbage collector doesn't do that for you? Because otherwise, why is GameMaker so insistent that you need to manually free your surfaces and buffers? Hey, by the way, question. Why don't garbage collected surfaces and buffers get freed? Right? Like, if I exit a room, why doesn't it free all the resources that I've allocated that no longer see any use? Why doesn't it? Because by the same token, you would have to manually free every single object that you create, but the garbage collector does that for you. That is its job. Huh. I don't know. Anyway, that's not important. So, the point is, what we need to do is we should calculate, hey, starting index is, well, it's restore point index plus 1. Just so that we can be sure we are using the same index everywhere. So, that's our starting index. And we need to go through and I am going to steal a technique from Iceberg. I watched the Iceberg playlists yesterday. I've got some thoughts on it, I'll be honest. Mostly positive. Most of them are, most of the videos are pretty good ideas, or even if it's not how I personally would do it, you can do worse than that. So, good job on that. There is one thing where I disagree entirely with it, where I think it is bad advice. But for the large part, yeah, it's pretty good. And you know, if you don't know any better, if you are starting out, obviously I'm complaining on a very high level, with this being literally my job, or well, programming being literally my job, and me having a degree and everything. It's right over there. I keep it up there so that I can use it as a prop. Degree, yes. I went to college for this shit. It took like 3 years and I showed up to like 70% of my classes. Look, it was a technical college. It is practically oriented, which I do appreciate. I do actually think, are we going to turn this into college slander? Maybe. I never went to college and I think it sucks. Because a technical college is something different. It is very much a valid college, don't get me wrong. But the idea is very different. Instead of putting all the theory into you, it is practically oriented. The point is to make you an engineer. So, prime example, There's a ton of math involved in computer science, obviously there is, but where, there's a prestigious college in Switzerland. It's called the Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule, how do we even translate this? It's the National Technical College, which is a very deceptive name, because it's not a technical college at all. It is the most theoretical school you'll ever go to. They will spend as long as is necessary to derive and prove every formula in every course that you go to. Whereas, at the technical college I went to, more than once, the professor went, this is the equation that models what we're talking about today. It is. I could prove this, but it would be a waste of time. We'd be here for hours. So just take it. That's the equation. Write it down. Right. What can you do with this? What does this mean? Well, with speed of light in a medium being this, that means, well, light can only travel so fast. And at the speed that computers move, speed of light is actually a real concern. Hang on, let me at least get a start on this code so that I'm not just yapping. So I need to go through all of the restore points, add these indices, and I need to tell them to clean up any resources that they have. And that's what I'm stealing from Iceberg. It's giving the data structure a cleanup method which mimics the cleanup event. In order to free resources. And that's actually all that we need to do here. So, if we go to the poster artistry state, now the restore point is now going to have a cleanup function, and this is going to delegate a paper state clean up, because what we actually want to do, all that we want to do is we want the paper state to be able to free its buffer. What was I on? Yes, speed of light in a medium. At the speed that computers move, you've got what, like 4 gigahertz, 6 gigahertz? It's in that range. So, giga is a billion, kilo, mega, giga. So, if you think about it, the computer pulses 4 billion times in a second. So we go milli, micro, nano. So 1 billionth of a second is 1 nanosecond. So we are below that. If we pulse... Hang on, let me make sure that I'm not talking nonsense. What is my control? What is my CPU's tagged? It is 3.2 gigahertz. Yes. So we get 1/3 of a nanosecond, which is what's beneath nano? I've memorized milli, micro, nano. Is it? Are we already at picosecond? Unit beneath nanosecond. Yeah, we're at picosecond. So we have 300 picoseconds in order for what the computer wants to do next to happen. Now this is a tiny little thing, obviously, because the computer is doing it a lot, but buffer free... no? Sorry, I gotta look up the syntax, for which we gotta first find where the buffer is created, and the manual will tell me. So think about it. How far does light move within 300 picoseconds? Well, it moves at 200,000 kilometers per second, which means 200 million meters in a second, which means 200 billion. 200 billion millimeters per second. Where are we? What are we doing? Buffer create. Here it is. 200 billion millimeters. So, if we apply that, it means we are moving 200 millimeters, so 20 centimeters, in a nanosecond. So a third of that. You can move light by 66 millimeters per 300 picoseconds. That's it. You can go about this far with light in a medium, actually more like this far. That's how far you can go between two different clock cycles of your computer. Meaning, if you need to go further, the data literally isn't going to make it. Because even if you start a clock cycle, you put the data on there, the electrons aren't going to make it to their destination in the time that you have before they need to be read. And now, obviously 6.6 centimeters, that's kind of a lot as far as computers are concerned, since the entire CPU is like yay big. But there's also a lot of winding paths in there, so it's a lot bigger on the inside. And for us, largely this is not a concern. By the way, this is also why, like, file system operations are slow. And that's partly why, because there's a lot of data that needs to go through an actual cable, yeah? Think about it, your SATA cable is, what, maybe 30 centimeters long? So it's going to take 5 clock cycles, even if we assume that the hard drive is literally instant, and it isn't. But if we assume the hard drive is literally instant, then it's going to take 5 clock cycles for every part of data. I think you can probably transmit a byte at a time. For every byte, it needs 30 milliseconds to get across. Sorry, not 30 milliseconds. It needs 5 clock cycles, so 1.5 nanoseconds to get across from the hard drive to the CPU. Which is an eternity, as far as that's concerned. Which is why that's so slow. So, yada yada yada. It's important that you remove any dynamically created resources when you no longer need them. Buffer delete is what the function is called. Here we are. I have successfully yapped my way through reading the manual. So, buffer delete. Boop. All set. There we are. Memory leak handled. Hey, Clofy. How's life? It's going really well, actually. Let me just think real fast. So we want to clean up these restore points. which means the restore point is told to clean up, which means the paper state is told to clean up, which means the buffer gets deleted when we got it. We also, when we leave the room, we also want to clean up all restore points. So we're just gonna take this loop and on cleanup, if we have any restore points, then clean them up. There we are. Allow me to show you how it's going, assuming that I haven't broken this. Because it is going beautifully. What I'm working on is poster artistry up until now only allowed you to fully reset the paper, so if you made a mistake, like let's say you have a super fancy drawing and then you go, alright, now put the band name on. Oops, that's not the band name. Up until now you could only delete the entire thing, and that was sad. But now we have undo. Haha! You can undo and redo as you like. And you can also scrap the entire thing and toss it off the table, which is a source of unending joy for me. There. That is so cool. And it is comparatively really simple because, well, it works exactly as you would think it does. It works exactly the way that it works exactly as it is, as you would describe it with English words. It keeps a list of the restore points that we have, and every time that you draw something, we create a restore point. And then you can move between these restore points as you wish. Now, I've left something in here, which is we still keep a separate buffer in order to restore the surface from the game being minimized, but we don't need to anymore. I've taken the opportunity to, well, as we now have restore points, like if the graphics memory gets emptied, I just take the current state that the paper should be in, which I store in the restore point, and restore it from that. Now, gotta read the reset paper function real fast. Yep. Okay, that's fine. We can just delete that from here. All that this does is it resets the paper to white and resets the freehand drawings, which is our second point that we need to work on for reasons in order to track how many freehand drawings you've made, how many distinct ones. The game tracks your freehand drawings, and this doesn't really matter how it's implemented. It's very interesting beneath the surface, but it doesn't really matter. The point is, this freehand drawings, this needs to be part of the drawable paper state. So, let's see. Why does it do that? Yeah? When you select something and press Ctrl F, every text editor on Earth puts the selected thing into the search field. Why is GameMaker different? Why does it sometimes do nothing at all? Why does it sometimes take your selection? Why does it sometimes just pick a random identifier? I promise you, I didn't have builders after reset selected. Freehand drawings. I think what's happening under the hood is that GameMaker is trying to put the identifier, number whatever, into the search field, but because I've removed the buffer identifier, that index is now stale, and instead it points to the next thing, which is buffers after reset, but who knows. So, step 1, the difficult step. We need to store our state, which is simple enough, at the same time it's difficult. So I guess I will go into this for a sec, as the top of the hour is coming up anyway. How it works is it utilizes a little thing I made. It's called, wow, this is super abstracted. It's called a hash set. Yeah. It's basically, it is literally a struct under the surface. Hey music, are you feeling like it? Thank you. It's a hash set, which means it's a struct that tracks which pixels are part of it, specifically the top left of a 6x6 square. And you can very quickly access the hash set, so you can check is an element within it, or well, that's mostly it. You can check if something's already inside, and it only accepts new elements. If it already has an element, then it just doesn't add it like a struct, because it is. And how it does that is, well, it stringifies what it gets. There are more elegant solutions in different languages, but this works. So, the point is, we can't simply duplicate the freehand drawings array, because the freehand drawings array is an array of hash sets. So it's an array of structs, it's an array of data structures. GameMaker show is quirky in it. Which means, if we simply duplicate it, then the same objects are still being referenced, so their state could change. If I move to a previous restore point, but I also draw then 300, that set is still going to have the elements from before. So, we need to not only duplicate the array, we need to deep copy the array, meaning we need to create a copy of each hash set which is unrelated to the original, so that we can operate on the copy, or we can store the copy. And we can store it without data leaking from one to the other. Okay, now, am I the best coder ever and already made this possible? No. Not quite. But what I can do is I can create a new hash set, and I can then simply tell the new one, hey, add all the elements that this one has. Yes, I am. I know. I'm the best. Which, this is now going into the technicals, it doesn't really matter. It just uses struct get names to turn itself into an array. And yes, it only uses the names, not the keys, because the keys don't matter. The key is true, because I don't care what the value is. I only care that the value is present. So I use a generic true just to mark that it is inside the struct, it is inside the set. So let's try that. For this, we have our getState method. So here we need to create a freehand drawings array that is a deep copy of what we already have. meaning I'm gonna abstract that function deep copy freehand drawings. So we are going to need something to hold it. So copy is an array with the same length as freehand drawings, which we return. For each entry within freehand drawings, we want to create a drawing. Copied drawing is a new hash set, and the copied drawing wants to add all from freehand drawings I. And it may seem like I'm just blazing through this, knowing exactly what I want to do. This is me writing Java code. I have quite literally, I found that GameMaker has nothing quite like sets, which are extremely handy in Java, so being the person that I am, I just went and recreated the set functionality inside GameMaker. So I know exactly how to do this, because this is my job. This is Java code. So we can now create this copied freehand drawings. Oops, I made one mistake. Can you spot it? It's not added into the array. Naturally, does need that. So copy I is copied drawing. There we are. And then we can pass this. Yeah, itchy. Super itchy. We can pass these copied freehand drawings into the drawable paper state, which currently doesn't expect it. So this now takes freehand drawings. I don't think there's any way to type check something for being a buffer, which is unfortunate. Well, I suppose no. I could try is handle, which might work, but just accept. We know it's a buffer. It's called buffer. Like, that's fine. Look for a while, gotta work on a dev lab. You do that. I'm just gonna finish this up real fast, and then it is the top of the hour anyway, so don't worry about it, as they say. So this is an array of hash sets. I should make devlogs. But what about, like, I want to make one when the Steam demo is done, which, well, we're actively working on it. And then I suppose I'll... What? Am I going to post on Edge that I am releasing a Steam demo? That sounds like something that the Edge people wouldn't love. Though I am going to release an update to the Edge demo with the creature comforts that I'm now implementing for the Steam release. So I suppose I can devlog that. Am I fully aware of everything I've done since then? No. Lol. As if. Function get freehand drawings. We know how this goes. Return freehand drawings without the underscore, and freehand drawings is underscore freehand drawings. Well, I can actually look at the I can look at the git log to remember what I did, because I could make a devlog before the demo if I feel like it. Yeah, but like, what about, right? So I have already released the demo on itch. You can go download it, #sellout, but I mean, yeah, I can talk about how it's going, but I like to talk about the things that I have done when there is a significant milestone. Being progress is what they're all about. Yeah, true. I really should. I should. Well, I am going to, at the end of this weekend, when I have the major update. It's just, it feels weird to me. And this is a completely irrational thing, because, as you said, devlogs are about showing progress. It's not, at least not necessarily, a patch note. So I don't need to post an update. I don't need to post something that people can play. The entire point is that I can show it off and show that I'm alive and working on this. But I don't know, it feels weird without something to present. But, well, in that case, what the something to present is screenshots, descriptions, stuff like that. But yeah, as I was saying, the source control dropdown has disappeared. It does that. God, I love GameMaker. Half the time that GameMaker launches, it just doesn't show the source control dropdown. I love it. So, how much GPU is OBS using? I don't know, it's using 0.5% CPU. Where could I see that? Task Manager is showing me 41% usage on the video encodes, which seems to be a separate function on my graphics card. Huh. Yeah, I don't know, it's working well. But really, I also have a very powerful GPU. But what I want to say is, obviously, I'm using source control on this. I'm not insane. In fact, I have multiple backups. I have the local Git copy. I have a private Git repository, because if you don't, then your code is as secure as being written on a wet napkin. I also have separately, I have this stuff all backed up in Dropbox. Because what if something happens to Git? Nothing's going to happen, but this stuff is multiply backed up. So yes, I can look at the Git commit messages. I do my best to accurately reflect what has happened. OBS shouldn't use that much GPU. For sure, it depends. If your GPU isn't great, then yeah, it's gonna use a lot of it. That's partly why some people have different PCs, one running the game, one running the stream. But I don't know, works for me, that's all I can say. So anyway, so we now have this within the state. And what we need to do after that is we need to restore this from the state. However, the top of the hour has come and gone, so it is desperate time. Oh, fun. The timer is literally at 0-1. So it is desperate time for me to take my second midstream break. So gonna stretch my legs a little bit. Gonna use the bathroom, maybe get some grapes for a snack. 3060? That should be well capable of handling OBS. I don't know. Stretch my legs. You guys feel free to do the same. Gonna run some ads to make the pre-rolls go away. Whether or not you let those play, I don't particularly care. You're not gonna miss anything anyway. We're gonna be back in a few minutes, and we're gonna make the freehand drawings actually restore, not only save. See you in a bit. Is it working now? Wonderful. God, I love streaming. I just love it. You gotta love everything about it. You gotta absolutely love that I can literally... Everything's working perfectly well. And then I... hang on, you chill. I walk away for 3 minutes. Nothing changes. Nothing ever, anywhere has changed. We are still on the same scene as the microphone was working. And then it just cuts out. And it demands to be rebooted. I fucking love streaming, man. It's not just it will break from one day to the next, it will break from 1 minute to the next. Anyway, so that is us saving the freehand drawings. Now we need to restore them, which is gonna be super easy, actually. Watch me do it. Freehand drawings is the drawable paper state get freehand drawings. Yeah, that's it. This does, strictly speaking, mean if we haven't changed anything, like if we minimize and restore the game, we are still going to do this, which is a bit icky, and it does mean that we're going to toss away the freehand drawings hash sets that we have created and replace them with the copies. So what, really? And see, this time, these ones, I don't need to concern myself with whether I toss away any, because the garbage collector is going to take care of it. The amount of memory used is going to be highly insignificant anyway. And even if we toss away some drawings, that's okay, they are structs that are no longer being referenced, so it really doesn't matter. So let's see this crash. Nope. That's good. Naturally, there's nothing visible about this, which is a bit of a bugger. Also, I would just like to see one tiny little thing. I am looking at my task manager right now. Battle.net can actually exit. I'm looking at my task manager right now in order to monitor memory usage. Oh, that is significant, actually. You can't see it, but yeah, I'm continuously creating surfaces and storing them in buffers, and while this isn't really going to be a concern, if we look now, I can scroll through all of this stuff. But if I now press the delete button, then the memory usage goes back to normal. Excellent. The memory is being freed. Beautiful. Now, one problem with this is, strictly speaking, you could almost call this a memory leak. Because, well, the game is going to consume more and more memory as your drawings get more elaborate. And it actually does so at a kind of disquieting pace. It eats... Why does it? Because it's uncompressed image. Toraka, those eat a lot of memory. So, if I create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 restore points, well, it's inconsistent, but it appears to be about 4 megabytes of memory per surface created. Now, we can argue on this point. We can say that's okay. At absolute worst, your drawing would have maybe 50 restore points, and to be sure, the game at its peak it utilizes about 100 megabytes of RAM, most of which I'm sure goes unused. It just is allocated. And if we compare this with the 19 Firefox processes I have open for an entire 6 tabs, I don't know where the rest's going. If we compare this with Firefox, which is currently eating 2.4 gigabytes, worrying about 4 megabytes really isn't much at all. So we could say that's fine. Be it that the game eats 100 megabytes or that it temporarily eats more. But I don't like that answer. I don't like demanding that the user has spare memory, because just like everything else, hell, I don't know what Hit Idle spends the memory on. Probably it's the uncompressed audio assets, because the entire game, yeah, all the assets fit into 35 megabytes. So you could load it into memory 3 times over with the amount that it passively uses. I don't know what it's using the memory on, but, well, obviously it needs more memory than is required to load all the assets. It needs to actually load and create the objects. So that does make sense. And that's not a problem. The point is, Hit Idle is a game that doesn't eat many resources. It doesn't need much storage space. Again, the game fits into 35 megabytes, and if it takes more than 50 by the time that I'm done with it, I will consider myself to have failed. It runs on an actual potato at thousands of FPS. I am positive that a literal potato could produce enough voltage to run like a calculator or something at a high enough clock speed to run Hit Idle at 60 FPS. That's my promise. It is real fast. Though it probably isn't a practical concern, and the Steam page does list it as requiring 2 gigabytes of memory, just as a safety measure more than anything, because that's what Papers, Please lists, and that's a similarly slim game. Sure, practically there's no system in the world now that would have problems with this. So I could say, oh well. Sure, if you keep spam creating new return points, new restore points, the game is eventually going to run out of memory and crash. Although, here's the thing, the game isn't going to run out of memory, your system is. Because this is a genuine memory leak. If you do this long enough until you have no more RAM remaining, your system's gonna slow down drastically because all of it is being eaten by Hit Idle, and then eventually it'll lock up and have to be rebooted. And even if it is entirely user error, even if no genuine player would run into this, I would think that you should prevent that from happening. So, now, there's a super easy way to prevent that from happening. It's just that I'm a little hesitant to employ it. So, there's a super easy way to prevent it. Fundamentally, we need to stop the creation of additional restore points if there are too many. How many is too many? I'm gonna say like 50. This is just a feels thing. How many would any reasonable player ever need? Like, you're not gonna need more than 50. Thing is, so we've got multiple approaches. Can I maybe not memorize, visualize that? So, we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say we allow up to 10 restore points. So that's going to be our points here. When we check and we find that we already have too many, there are multiple approaches. One is prevent new restore points, in which case it's just gonna remain as it is. So if you click back, it is going to go back to restore point number 8, which may be several minutes back. And if you then click forward from that, you are going to lose your changes. So, bad. Loses changes. 2 is overwrite last restore point. So instead of not saving anything, we do save it, but it all gets summarized into this 0.9 here, so this would become like 0.78, 76 even. That's also bad. Loses intermediates. And the entire point of the undo function is that you do something and you don't like what you have just done, so you want to just undo that thing. Third approach is you can create a rolling buffer. And how that works is instead of preventing the creation of new save points, you take off save point number 0 in order to make space, and now you can write in restore point number 10. And you still only have 10 in total. This works, this is a pretty elegant solution, but it does mean that we have to toss restore point number 0, which kinda sucks because loses white paper restore point. It means that we lose the clean slate, so we would need some way to get back to the clean slate. We would need some way to completely clear the paper, make it go to white, and also reset the requirements. We have those ways. That's how it currently works when you press reset. And when you reset onto that, we want to execute that and then create a restore point. Maybe not the worst idea. This allows you to undo up to 10 changes back, which is probably all that you need, or 20 or whatever, right? That is in fact how most software works. Instead of keeping all your changes, they figure at some point you're going to be happy with what you've done, so after like 20 restore points, they start tossing the oldest ones because you're probably happy with that. GameMaker does this, I know that for a fact. Special alternative to this would be keep clean slate, which would be that instead of tossing 0, we toss this, we toss restore point number 1, but we keep the original. And now again we have space to write in number 10. Which is, it's a little bit less efficient because you need to do a more specific array operation, but that doesn't matter. It's perfectly okay. We're only doing this like once every few seconds, so performance is not an issue here. And that means that though we can still only restore up to 10 changes back, we can keep our clean slate. Which means instead of needing to be able to separately establish the clean slate and save it, we can know for a fact that the clean slate is always the first restore point. We can always go back to it, which means, allow me to demonstrate why I'm so insistent on this. Where is it? Here it is. The reset restore points, it actually utilizes the first restore points to reset. At the current moment, not only does it do that, it also separately resets the paper and the poster requirements, which is now unnecessary. So, when we do this, we have run into some issues with the chicken and the eggs. So we would need to establish a clean slate separately, turn the restore points into only that clean slate instead of whatever list we had, and then restore onto the clean slate. Except obviously we don't need to restore because we've just established it, so why? So you can maybe already tell. Hang on, I'm gonna leave this here, but I'm gonna mark this delete. These methods. I'm gonna mark this so that I remember. So you can already tell from my tone, I like this solution. I like keeping the clean slate as the first entry and only purging these changes after you've done anything. So, in order to establish that, let us make a constant. Max restore points is, let's say, 20. Don't think you need any more than that. This keeps RAM usage to a reasonable minimum while still allowing you to probably, in most cases, undo the entire image if you so wanted. Certainly, you can undo most everything. Now, what needs to happen is this needs to go in the create restore point method, which thankfully our code is not duplicated. There's specifically one point where restore points are created. So, in fact, instead of create restore point, it is specifically add restore points, which... Question, why is prune later restore points here? I think this is a leftover because add restore point is only ever called once. It's only called out of here. And oh no, right. If, let's say you have 5 restore points and you're on the last, but you don't like the changes that you've made, so you go back 2 points and then you draw something else. In that case, we want to get rid of these last 2 points. We want to get rid of these and establish a new history. And we want to do so before the new restore point is added, obviously. So, in fact, all that we must do now is, after we have pruned restore points, we may have already made space. If you change something in the middle of your history, then naturally there's space. We don't need to do anything. If array length of restore points is less than max restore points, just push it in there. Else, I hate else, I don't want to use it. Make an abstraction, do it now. Function store restore point, which takes a restore point, which is this type. Okay. Fill this code and just call it. So store our restore point. Yep. Now, if we have space, then just put it in there and return we are done. Else, if there's not enough space, then we want to delete the first the 1th entry. So array delete from restore points at index 1 delete 1 element, which is automatically gonna shuffle everything around. This is going to lead to 2 array resizing operations, which is, it makes my Java developer heart hurt a little bit, because resizing objects in memory is icky, but it's fine, because again, this isn't called every frame, this isn't called thousands of times per second, this is called once every few seconds at worst. So, in fact, do you know a fun thing? I would now need to separately push the restore point in here, but by flipping the if, so if it is greater than or equal to the max restore points, first make room, and in either case, then push it in. There. That's all that we need. So, check, are there as many or more in some weird fashion restore points as we can take? If so, make room. And whether or not we have just made room, put it in there. Excellent. Excellent. Right. Let's give that a test. See if it breaks. See if it crashes. You know, that's always a possibility. When I'm at the helm, every program is liable to crash. So, 1, 2, 3. I forgot that I wanted to make a 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, X, B, C, D, E, F, And at this point we go to G. Wait, F is 16, 17, 19, 20. 1, 2. So, I should have been watching the memory usage as I did this, but it is looking quite beautifully nominal. And I should no longer be able to fully undo everything. Yes, look, I can undo these 3 letters, which were drawn separately. I can undo these into a white paper, but I can no longer undo them separately. That's interesting. And memory usage is climbing. I don't like the way that it is climbing. Ah, yes, I'm being a silly boy. But what's happening is I'm not cleaning up the restore point that I'm deleting. Very naughty boy. So obviously this wouldn't change anything. Now, does this return the removed element? Of course it does not. Why would it? Right. Listen, I'm upset about this because in just about every language, including this one, most methods that modify arrays or lists or whatever give you the thing that you have just removed, because otherwise it's just silly. You need to first query it, which it may or may not even exist. You need to first query it, then delete it separately. And why? Because array delete isn't returning anything, so it may as well return the elements that was removed. Right? It may as well. There's no reason why it wouldn't. Oops, I'm having a name collision. Removed restore point. There we are. Removed restore point is dot clean up. There. Take it, clean up all the memory that it is using, and then toss it. Gone to the wind. Now the garbage collector's problem. Okay. Let's push this over here, that over there. Okay. Alright, memory usage is currently at 74 megabytes. If we start drawing... I don't understand Game Maker, man. Well, memory usage is climbing, but it has topped out at 160 megabytes, which is what we expect to see. Is this sound annoying? There. We have hit the limit of what we can restore onto. Now, I'm sorry, but I want to scroll to the front of the history here. Because... No. No, it must have been nothing. All's well. Okay. Excellent. Excellente. So. Well, that's that. Now then. That means that we are no longer memory leaking in any way, shape or form. we are presumably properly restoring the freehand drawings. I guess let us test that, which is easy enough. Show us a debug message. This might work. I'm not sure. I don't think it will. I don't think it will stringify nicely, though it is fundamentally a struct, and GameMaker does have built-in support to stringify structs. Or in this case, an array. Yeah, we're gonna find out. It behaves nice enough. Yeah. If I connect all of these. Yep, I'm reading 1, I'm reading 2. If I connect them, I am reading 1. And once I delete, I am reading multiple. Ah! Why? I'm not sure, honestly. Well, why is it that when we go back to the clean state, that we still have a hash set left over? There it is. Last line in the debug log. Do we care? Not particularly. I mean, no, we do care. Well, I mean, there's only so much that can be happening here. What I imagine is happening is... Yes. Yes. Oh, no. No? Right? The initial restore point should have an empty array for freehand drawings. We can check that super easily. Because as soon as we load into the minigame, we should get an empty array for freehand drawings. And that will result in an empty array in the copy. Right here, we stopped. So, our copied freehand drawings is empty. Because there's nothing in it, because there is no freehand drawings. So, if I now make a drawing, there is an entry. Yeah? If I now reset, we don't go to get state, that makes sense. But we can go into set state. So, step 1. What is your state? Do you have freehand drawings? No. Was the debug message just lying to me then? I suppose so. No, freehand drawings has an entry, even though it shouldn't. That's interesting. That is the kind of thing that I need to really take a look at. As in, I'm gonna look at that later. Because I'm not positive what the issue is, but it's working fine for the moment. We can acknowledge that and move on. So, reset paper. Where be you called? Yes, 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 yes. Ah, yes, this does. Okay. Also this. So we do need this function, but what we can do is we can remove it from the room handler, because in the room handler we no longer need to reset the paper manually. And likewise, we no longer need to reset the requirements. How's about we work on that? Because let's think. The paper is working fine with one minor issue. Paper is working fine. That means we need to pretty much just update the requirements. So, object poster requirements. This I've been dreading a little, I'll admit, because how do I even approach this? So, I need to store the state that this entire thing is in. Essentially, up until now, the requirements object has been serving as its own state, as its own restore point, which is why we have a billion properties, though the only relevant ones are here. How it works is as you draw, these requirements are aware of their own required amounts and their own current amounts. And as you draw, they are updated. So, let's say on band name template used. If it's the wrong name, then well, we track that. Also, for the requirements to put the band name whatsoever, if it is the correct name, then we write that into the requirement. And this is extremely abstracted. It's here. Actually, it's pretty simple. Requirement is just a struct that is able to hold on to the current and required amount, the label, whether or not it should display the amount, that is, display how much you need to do of this given thing, which is specifically, for instance, for the band name requirement, where it's not 0 out of 1 or 1 put the band name, it's just put the correct band name. These are Boolean requirements, and there it makes no sense to display the required amount, even though the required amount is still a number. It's easier, don't worry about it. So, the requirement holds all the data that is required to put itself on the memo and to validate whether or not it is met. The most naive approach here would be that, well, if we want to create a copy of our state, we simply take each requirement and copy it. That would work, and it wouldn't be the worst solution, because all in all, these are just structs. They are super slim, but it would be more than a bit of a waste, because a lot of this data doesn't change. In fact, the only thing that does change is the required amount. No. Whoa. No. Hey, question. If we're only setting the band name requirements if you didn't use the wrong band name, why do we even have this boolean? Used wrong band name. It's only ever used here. Yeah, this is completely redundant. Away with you. Right? Because, well, no, actually, no, we do need that. Because what we'd end up with is that the wrong band name doesn't count, but it also doesn't make you fail the minigame, when that is very much the intention. So that you don't just take every band name and put them all on the paper. That's why, even if you use the wrong one, then the correct one, we still set the amount to 0 in order to make you fail. Right, so what do we need? We need some way to associate the required amounts for each requirement and put this into a state variable. We need some way to store that. And then we are going to further need some way to restore that. To take a state and to restore what is supposed to be currently true from it. So, well, there are multiple ways about this. There are many ways to roam. There's cleaner and dirtier ways. One way is, for instance, we can simply put all of our requirements into an array, because all of these are always... Hang on. Let me check that I'm not saying incorrect stuff, because this is an object R requirements where we instantiate these requirements. I think, yes. If the requirement isn't needed, then we return out no one. So we can't safely reference these. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So we could put these into an array, and our state is an array that mimics the requirements array, which simply is in the same order, and we take all of those numbers out of the required amount or out of the current amount array and write it back onto the requirements. That's an option. That is kind of dirty. A better solution that presents itself is, well, we can still do this with an array, but after all, we already have the poster requirement type, which references, which isn't really used for much of anything beyond picking what the requirements are. We could associate this with this band name requirement, though this doesn't have an entry. What would I like? I would like to have a slim map where I have only the requirements that I care about. So all the ones that are defined. I would like to have only that, to have them with some kind of key that I can efficiently reference them and write the current amount into them as is needed. Right, what does that tell us? That tells us use a struct or use a map. That's... well... That's icky. I don't want to use a map. Maps are super icky in Game Maker, even though they are very useful in other languages. Again, because you need to manually clean them up. I don't know why the garbage collector doesn't do it. So, instead, let's think structs. What would we use as the key to this struct? Well, a requirement has a few fields that may be useful. Specifically, it has one, it has its label. So we could create a struct that holds these requirements by their label, and that we can then duplicate. We can duplicate the struct and reference the requirements out of it to match this to that. I don't terribly love that either, because we would have to iterate over the struct names, which you are not supposed to do. Ignore that this is a super simple operation that most languages will offer you efficiently. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, where do we end up? I suppose... I mean, we only need these to match for the duration of... we only need these to match for the duration that we are in the same minigame. So I'm actually coming around on the array solution. What would that mean? That would mean we need to somewhere here, let's say this is not the worst idea. Define the requirements is all of this stuff here. It is, sorry, I already have a requirements array. I think this includes, no, it's only includes the defined requirements. Yeah. As part of creating the requirements, it is put into the requirements array. So, yeah. That's awesome. So I can say, when we request the state, for required, no, current amounts is array map where out of requirements where the mapping function is element index going into return element get current amount. There. So, and then when we set the state, we can do the same thing. We can loop through the array, and yes, we could use array for each, but honestly, I don't like how that function looks in GameMaker. If you need access to the index, then just make a for loop. That's easier, it's much easier to read. So, for I less than array length of requirements, I'm going to need to get the current amounts out of the requirement state. Get current amounts for all of these. For each requirement, set current amount if defined on the requirement with current amounts I. Set current amount if defined is a convenience function that allows me to not care whether or not a requirement actually is required, whether or not it is defined. All it does is it checks, is the requirement defined? If yes, set it. But very conveniently, it also sets, hello Grog, how's life? Conveniently, it also does some additional stuff, and as always, if you can abstract something, only have the one instance of the code that does the thing. So while in this case, it's going quite well, really. I'm making great progress here. In this case, in this set state loop, this is always defined. The requirements here, always defined. I know that I can reference requirements I, and I could say set current amount, and that would never throw an error. I'm still going to use my if defined method, just so that I don't duplicate the setting of the current amount. Actually, it's good that you're here, Grog. I've watched the entire Iceberg playlist yesterday. I've got two thoughts about it. Two thoughts that I'd like to discuss. With your permission, we're gonna do that in a bit, as break time is approaching, but it is quite cool, and we can probably yap about it for an entire hour. For now, our set state. So this isn't all that it needs to do, but first, I guess I'm gonna explain what I'm doing. You might be aware, but I want to put undo and redo in poster artistry so that when you make a mistake, you can just boop and it's gone. And if you find that you like the happy little accident that you've made, then you can also redo it, just like the sprite editor works in GameMaker or anything. I would kind of wager that there are more creative programs, like programs where you fundamentally create something. I would wager in more than half of them, Control Z undoes what you've just made. In at least half of them. In the rest, it's probably a different keybind, but undo is such a globally accepted functionality that even in this game context, I can't really go without it, because demanding that you make everything, that you return to the clean slate the moment that you make a tiny mistake when you're drawing with the damn mouse isn't really reasonable. So, is type current amounts, plural. This is an array. So yeah, and that was super complicated to make happen. This is going to be an array of numbers because, well, yeah, I basically need to compress and store the entire state that the entire minigame is in, because I need to store the surface in a buffer, and I need to store the requirements, because it's not like I can deduce from how the surface looks whether or not the band name is currently drawn on it. That's the entire point why I didn't have undo previously. That I need to track what you're doing as you do it, otherwise I would not be able to accurately show your requirements. So this is get function get current amounts is simple getter. So yeah, it's been super complicated, but with a good architectural design, it is progressing beautifully. So I've already implemented the controls. I've already implemented that it stores the state. Also implemented a memory safeguard that doesn't let you store hundreds of surface buffers. As we can guess, that would get a bit much. So it limits you to only the 20 most recent changes plus your start, which most players will never notice that it does that. So it's just a cute little safeguard in the background. And where am I? Here. Yes, the requirements need to be able to pass this into the state and read it out. There we are. Okay. So I'll be honest, I feel like in a bit of a slasher movie here every time that I look at the stream manager, and there's a literal timer. For those who don't stream or who maybe don't do things the way that I do them with manual breaks, Twitch puts a literal timer on your stream manager that counts down how long until pre-rolls return, which is unnerving, but it is also handy. So that time is coming up, so I will be taking my presumably last break for the midstream today. When I return, we can finish implementing this. We might be able to truly well and fully finish this, which would be great, but it would mean that I wouldn't know what else to do. No, I've got some other things on my list. So, stand up, stretch my legs, use the bathroom. You guys feel free to do the same. We're gonna be back in a few minutes, so don't go too far. Gonna run some ads in order to banish the pre-roll demon. We know how this goes. See you in a sec. Hey, that should be about over. Gonna get a bit fine, but meh. You intentionally don't use the stream manager, avoid things like that. Yeah, I mean, the pre-roll timer is at least useful, if unnerving. So, I have, for my part, I have removed the view counter from the stream manager because, I don't know, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna do my best, no matter how many people are watching. And worrying about viewers actively is very harmful to one's mental and physical health. The two are connected, you see. So, this now. This fundamentally is going to work in that it is, well, I suppose let's give it a check. This fundamentally is going to work in storing the required amounts of everything, which is not going to be the whole story, obviously. Oops, I'm not capturing the game. Here we are. That's not going to be the whole story, because the poster requirements has additional state that isn't captured in this way yet. But let's see. Rising laughter. All members' names, which is you're in there, you, and I think Queen. And then we need to make some freehand drawings. Look, an elephant. So, fundamentally, it doesn't crash. So that's a good first step. We can also reset it and it don't crash. Excellent. There, that's the basic idea. You can undo stuff, you can redo stuff. Beautiful. Yeah. So fundamentally this works. It just doesn't fully map the state. If we have a look at what the state is, it's this is the required amounts, we don't care. This is what we care about. This is the full mutual state, I'd say. So here we have sprites used, colors used, member names used, whether you used a non-member or a wrong band name, which means we are just going to, well, pretty much we are going to create copies of all of these and put it in the state. Easy. Because sprites used, yeah, that's fine. Colors used is fine. Member names used, that's fine. All of these store primitive types, or they store sprite references. So, and that actually is beautifully going to transition us into talking about the iceberg thing, which, sorry, that's already phrasing it far too aggressively. I do think that Gen 2 is making a good thing, and like, if you're just learning, if you don't have anything else that you should be doing, it is some good habits that he is promoting. And I agree with 12 out of his 14 points of advice. In that they are at least, you know, as good. They are a good enough solution. I disagree on one major and one minor point. So, what we are going to do, as we stringify our state, let me just steal and comment this so that we can remember what we need to put in here. As part of
stringifying our state. Oh, well, it's not stringifying, we need to store it, you know. We need to create a copy of sprites used, we need to create a copy of colors used, member names used, and we need to pass all this stuff. At this point, I am going to go to hash set, and I am going to give this a method in order to let it clone itself. Function clone. Hey, Calazor, how's life? So this is going to set our clone is a new hash set. It is going to add all from self and return the clone. Yeah, easy enough. We can go back to the drawable paper because I manually implemented a clone method there when I should have put it on hash set to begin with. New hash set, here it is. So copy I is freehand drawings I.clone. Yeah. Abstraction. So returning to our poster requirements, here it is. We now need to give this a clone of sprites used. We need to give it a clone of colors used. Because if we just write in what the value currently is, well, this is an object reference, right? So we could modify the hash set at some point. In fact, we would, because if we just wrote it into the state as it is, as a reference, then we would, as soon as we make an additional drawing, we would then add that drawing into the hash set. So that's not good. So we need to clone this so that the new object has no relation to the one that we are still using. Now, you may note this is becoming a lot of parameters. By the way, using the Boolean members this way is fine, because they are not objects. If we reassign them, then that is not going to corrupt our state in the future. So you may note this is a lot of parameters, and Gen2 correctly notes that, yeah, that's icky. It works, but it's icky. You need to keep track of what all these parameters are. It's not the easiest to change, and making things optional here is a bit icky. Hence why Gen2 recommends using a config struct, for which, instead of writing all of this as parameters, you use a struct, and then you destructure that into your properties. Cool enough. That does mean that you only have the one config parameter instead of half a dozen. I agree on that part. I agree on that. Comma, but it also allows you to make stuff optional. Yes, great. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch Gen2's Iceberg Saga. That playlist, it's quite good. But, big but, it does mean that to illustrate, instead of making this call here, I would need to call poster artistry requirement state with this struct. So this would be like current amounts is current amounts. Sprites used is, well, sprites used dot clone. Trust me, this works, and so on. This I hate. This means that you are not decoupling your objects. You are coupling them super tightly because you need to use the exact name that the struct expects. I need to call this sprites used, or otherwise the data isn't going to arrive properly, where with parameters I don't provide a name at all. It is only named, let me close some unedited tabs, here we are. It is only named on the receiving end, and here I can give it whatever name that I want, which may be a different name. Well, that's not the point in this config struct. I can also name it whatever I want. True. But I can name it something that maybe isn't visible to the outside, that maybe doesn't make sense. But I don't need to be aware on the outside, on the calling side, what the name is. Now, this is GameMaker, so obviously you can just pop in and have a look at the config struct, provided that the parameters that the config struct expects are small, they are listed somewhere very visible, and they are not buried 200 lines down. Or let's say you have an inheritance tree which goes enemy, skeleton, big skeleton, and there's a required parameter for big skeleton that is only present in big skeleton, but there's also some in enemy, so you need to look at the entire inheritance tree. I hate that. At that point, you kind of just need to write out a comment stating what your parameters are, which ones are required, which ones are required in what case, and it is near impossible to change. Because, well, changing parameters one way or another is going to be a pain. It isn't in modern IDEs, but it is in GameMaker. But if you want to rename something, good luck. What, are you gonna go and global search for width? How many results do you think this is? Take a guess now. Take a guess. 639. Okay, so you need to go through all of these results and find the ones that refer to the width as in the context of a state. And yeah, no, that's not happening. But right now I'm just complaining about what I hate. I think in this case, this is fine. Having 6 parameters that are only used within the object's own state, poster outer string requirement state isn't used outside of poster requirements, and in fact it is only used in these 2 functions. So making a long argument list is fine in this case. But what if we don't have that? What if you want to make a function that does fancy stuff that would need a lot of config parameters? Well, I have a solution for you. It is the builder pattern. So allow me to illustrate. This is something super central that was one of the literal first things that I made in this game because I knew it would be super central. The builder pattern refers to creating an intermediate object. In this case, this is kind of a special case because I use the builder every frame in order to draw the text to the to the surface, right? For instance, yeah, here I have a list of requirements that have text builders, and in order to draw their text, I tell them build. But you can also have single-use builders. For a state, I guess money made math. How would you do this? This would be a function VARs ours our state builder has no arguments and is a constructor. And this would start with sensible defaults for the optional parameters. For the required parameters, it may have no default at all. So this would be something like this would be current amounts equals undefined. Sprites used is new hash set, and like used non-member is false. You can use defaults, you cannot. Basically, you make the object, it has defaults. Then it has a bunch of setters, function set current amounts, or a lot of the time in the builder pattern you don't even call it set, you just call it current amounts, which takes the current amounts that you intend to give it, sets it, and returns itself. That way, we can then, when we use it, we can go new power state builder dot current amounts dot sprite used dot used non-member. This is the return self trick in action. And then, finally, what we do is we still have our state object, which has this constructor with the Boolean arguments, but we have build, which then returns us a new poster artistry requirements state, and in this it just stuffs in all the parameters. It stuffs in current amounts, sprites used non-member, all of them. And here it's fine because we only use the constructor out of here. We don't use it in our productive code, so it's fine that the constructor has 6 parameters. Because we only ever use the builder, which only takes 1 argument at a time. And because we use 1 function at a time, which is well named, we can define what we want and leave the rest to the defaults. And how this works out in practice, I can show you this on literally any element because I use it pretty much anywhere. Not this one though. Let's go to the drawing size controls. Yep. Here I use a sprite builder, but that's equal enough. Like, this is it. Make a sprite builder, tell it what sprite to use. This is a required parameter. Let's give it its x and y, and that's it. This is also called factory pattern. Might be. Factory makes me think of something else, though it is fundamentally the same thing. Yeah, basically. So the factory pattern is a little more generic. Instead of using the constructor directly, you have a factory method which can do stuff like where do I do that? Where do we do this? I don't think I do that anywhere specifically. But what you can do with that is you can have a function create state which, as per this, where you just give it like a parameter, and then based on that type, which type, it returns you an instance of this object type or that object type or whatever. It can also, of course, depend on the some internal state. But yeah, that's what I would offer you as a counter. No, this is called the builder pattern, in which you simply create a builder. The builder has individual methods to set one thing at a time. It may, you can abstract as you like. You can have different builders, like for an enemy or an ally, setting some specific defaults. And the point is that you never call the constructor directly. Game programming patterns. Let me give you a permit. Yeah, obviously there are as many names for patterns as there are people who have heard of those patterns. Let's see. Not seeing it so far. Well, anyway, gonna look at that sometime. What we should do now is we are going to stick with our simple 6-argument constructor. So, colors used, member names used, because whether or not we use a builder, we need the constructor to exist. Used non-member and used wrong band name. Okay. In summary, that is the one big thing where I would say Gentoo is wrong in his advice. I mean, ultimately, the big idea is, no, I wanted to drink water. Shoot. Whoops. Wrong user. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, random. I can't type the word ban anymore. There. No, I just put a space between the name and the number, so now it's a properly dead account that's banned. It doesn't matter. Group. I can get a mod panel. That would have been simpler here. So, the full answer, obviously, is to think, do you truly need a constructor that has all these arguments? Or can you rebuild in a way that maybe doesn't need them? I think my biggest hot take disagreement is gonna be that. Or the one other gripe that I have with it, otherwise all the advice is decent to good. Certainly is, if you don't know anything better, it's a great starting point. My other gripe is never make a method return itself. He mentions this, I think, in passing once, maybe during the return self episode, which I do agree with. Return self is a great trick, for instance, for the builder pattern, which is which allows you to write, that's called, oops, I didn't put an underscore here. It's also called a fluent API, where instead of executing one method call on a object, you take an object, you execute one method, then that returns the object itself, so you can call something else. That's called fluent, because you don't need to put a semicolon and make a different statement to use the next method. Sorry, let's type that rule in, obviously. My big gripe is, yes, you do need to put semicolons, Grog. So I think it is in passing on that, where he says, if a method doesn't return anything else and you might want to call it multiple times in succession, you can have the method return itself. So let's say function do thing or add behavior with a behavior. You can then have it return add behavior, which is funny. It's a bit cursed, but what that does allow you to do is you can go add behavior something else, and this works, and this is cursed beyond belief, because strictly speaking you're just taking the return value from add behavior and invoking it as a method, which in this case we know that that's add behavior itself. But I really hate this. Specifically, I mean, this is fine. Let me show you when it's not fine. Function taking an element and an index, and there's a bracket, and then we do stuff, do more stuff, etc. And now down here we have function element index. You see how this gets extremely illegible really fast. Do a bunch more stuff in a different case. If, yeah. And that's why I find it very funny that the one place he shows it off is specifically this, a method that takes functions, which is where I would never use that. And in general, I would say make it explicit what method you are calling. Also, well, would I say it's fine to use in some cases? Well, we can apply our catchphrase, it depends. As I said, in some cases, yeah, sure, it's probably fine, but I would err on the side of don't use it, because this actually couples you to the methods. Well, yes, it does couples you to the method returning itself, which isn't the worst, because that's part of what's called the contract. We can rely that the method is going to return a certain thing, because if we change what it returns, then stuff's gonna break. So we can rely on that, that's not coupling. Still, it feels so dirty. I really don't like doing that. Because you should make it explicit what method is being called, and just put a second method call. Like, basically, the idea is, if being able to chain multiple invocations of the same method makes your code cleaner, you need to clean up your code to begin with. Yeah? This would be, it's called the law of Demeter. You shouldn't chain multiple method calls together. So it's like, if it's like the object controller dot get behaviors dot add behavior. Sure, in this case, it's gonna be more concise, but really the end result is you should clean up this stuff. You should put this into a variable so that you can then say var dot add behavior and var dot add behavior. Pretty much. I guess my final verdict is there are certainly going to be places and projects where it's not the worst. There are going to be places where it is correct to use, but for me the threshold is quite high, and it's probably an indication that you should clean up your code. Right. That's... I have to let myself get distracted a bit again, though I love talking about code, can you tell? So it's fine, it's fine. Do that, delete the underscore, used non-member. Member is underscore used non-member, and used wrong band name is used wrong and name. There. Now define getters for all that. So function gets this, return that. What's also to be said, obviously every project is different. It's not so important that what you're doing is perfect. What matters is that what you're doing is consistent and cohesive. That everybody does the same thing, so that if you're doing a certain thing, then it looks like this. And everybody can glance at it and see, oh, it looks like this, so you're doing that, or, well, if you would be doing that, then it would look like this, but it doesn't, so you aren't doing it. That's what code style is all about. So, get used non-member, return used non-member, and get used wrong band name, return not underscore used wrong band name. Here. On that note, I am breaking convention a little bit, because slam your keyboard every time you need a new variable name, eh? That's actually not the worst idea, I'm gonna say. Like I always say, just do a thing. A lot of the time, if I need to name a variable, I just go var underscore e is this thing, because by the time that you get here, you already know, right, I want this to be that, so a better name would be this, right? Or like this would be a better name. Just put something down in order to get past the empty page, and then you'll get better ideas and you can refine it from there. In a modern IDE, you would be able to simply say, okay, rename this variable, and it would rename that and only that everywhere reliably. But this is not a perfect world. So here we are. Okay. Now we need to unwind. We need to unwrap this. So we are passing all this into our state. We need to now unwrap the states. Right, fast, bad, and wrong. Exactly. Or like I keep doing. Okay, I'm gonna get distracted, but only a little bit, okay? When I added this to the sprite, I just went, this is in minigames. It used to be, so it looks like this now. But it used to be just all of these flush with each other. And then I went, well, okay, I need more space. How much? I don't know, the garbage can is 14 pixels wide, so probably that. So I added 28 pixels plus some offset, put it on there. In the end, that was too much, so then I knew how much too much it was, so I could cut that. And then obviously I had moved all my elements, so I needed to move where the buttons were generated. So I just took an actual random guess. I figured it needed to be 20 pixels further to the left, and it turns out I was perfectly correct because I am awesome. But just try a thing, and if you're 1 or 2 pixels off, you'll see. In Hit Idle especially, or all these pixely kinds of games, seriously, once I started aligning everything to the pixel grid, I can just look at it in the game with my eyes and I can see, right, this is 2 pixels too far to the right, because the entire game is running at a virtual 320 by 180. So then I can just say, okay, move it over. Instead of looking at sprites and trying to do math and guess and probably be wrong anyway. So we need to rehydrate our state. We don't need to concern ourselves with tossing away the hash sets. Hey, by the way, Grog, I'm sure you are an expert on the internals of GameMaker. Why is it that the garbage collector doesn't clean up surfaces and buffers and whatnot, and lists and maps? Why? Why does everywhere that you create a manual resource, why do the help pages tell you you must clean this up when you leave the room, or when it's no longer needed? Or is it that the garbage collector does clean it up, but only at the end of the room, or whatever? Why do I need to manually clean up a list? Probably legacy reasons. Probably. Yeah, it doesn't clean it up. Actually, I have an answer for you. It is because legacy reasons. It is because this is based in the C ecosystem, and in C, C just lets you have whatever memory that you want, and it's not, you don't have to give it back until you say you want to give it back, and if you forget where it is, then that's too bad. It used to be, I think, in the oldest day of C, like not C plus or anything, just C proper, it might have been that literally you can allocate memory, and if you don't manually free it, then it's gone forever. The computer needs to be rebooted. Surfaces can just randomly be lost anyways. Wonder if you actually need to clean them up. Yes. Well, for sure, you need to clean them up while the object that you are operating on is still in memory. And yeah, surfaces are not automatically cleaned, because that's called graphical memory. Your graphics card has RAM of its own. That's where surfaces live, among other things. It's basically caching stuff. But graphics memory is volatile because it is super high performance, so any memory that isn't currently in use is liable to get tossed. Um, that makes sense insofar as that sprites used is requirement states dot get sprites used. However, this process is unpredictable, which is exactly the point. You can't rely on it being used. It is entirely possible, if you keep your game in focus, that it will keep the memory RAM, sorry, the graphics RAM that it has, that it takes up. Which is bad. I've managed once or twice to have hit idle memory leak, and that wasn't good. If you manage that, it will not stop you from locking up the player's PC. Used non-member is the state.get used non-member. So if anything, you can get away with not cleaning up surfaces because they will be cleaned up sooner or later. But if you continue playing the game and you don't clean up your surfaces, then they will stay in memory and they will clog it up. And that is very bad. Get used wrong band name. Ooh, that's cute. Yeah, I mean, the best that I have is looking at memory usage and knowing what I use. But listing all resource counts does sound clever. So, this is unfortunately going to be difficult to test because all of the state is invisible. But we can think of a way. So yeah, I suppose the reason that you need to manually clean up data structures is because C philosophy, where if if you don't say that you're done with memory, even if there's nothing referencing it, it's still allocated. And that is for a reason. That is actually the super old philosophy, where we didn't used to allocate memory the way that we do it now. Obviously, right now, memory allocation is super abstracted. Do you think back in the days, and I'm talking like I experienced those days, I did some C programming, I know the basics of it. Do you think in that time we could just call create surface with our desired size and it would give us memory? No, of course not. You had one function, m underscore alloc, I think. No, not underscore, just malloc. Because why write out function names so that anyone can understand what they mean or guess what they want to use when instead you can abbreviate pointlessly? Game maker, you're guilty of this too. malloc, so memory allocate. It takes one parameter, which is the amount of memory that you want, and it may or may not. In some cases, it can fail to do so if there just isn't no Clovey. Bad. No being the devil on someone's shoulder. Don't say these things. Someone might actually believe you if they, if they're not wholesome like me and know better. Hey, by the way, sorry, I need to take a look at the band so that I can actually do this minigame properly. So yeah, it just takes how much memory do you want, and you're probably going to get it. Stencils or stamps? Explain the difference. Maybe I can show you and the question will answer itself. So, Tiger, Butterfly, Queen, and Squirrely are who we have. Poster artistry is a memory check, and I am failing it myself because obviously I'm not paying attention to who's in the band. It's like that. Yeah. So I think stencil is what we're talking about. It only inserts the white space in between. Also, you can color in one letter, one color, then change color. Stamps in that case. I am pondering allowing that, but it would be a huge mess. Like, have a rainbow crayon, and if you use it, well, it makes a rainbow, but that would be such a huge mess. It would be so much work for like no gain. So I've decided we are not doing that. Also, like, how does the rainbow crayon interact with sprites builders? How does it interact with freehand drawing? So, not doing that. Tiger, Queen, Butterfly, Squirrely, and three shapes total, which is, you can do repeats for this. So this is valid, but if I undo some stuff, our requirements are now no longer valid. But if I go forwards to the valid solution, let's see it. Aha! The requirements are being properly stored and they are being restored. Which sounds like it should be from the same word family, and maybe it is, but I suppose the same way that move and remove are, you know, you can see the similarity there, but it doesn't behave the same way that you'd think. So what was I talking about? So yes, malloc in C. You pass it an amount of bytes that you want and you get that amount of bytes to do with as you please. You can put in like anything. You can basically, what is it? Do you need to, yes, you need to manually assign space for your array, which by the way, in C, arrays are fixed size. Well, more accurately, in every language that is sane, arrays are fixed size. Because the entire point of the array is that it is fixed size and you never need to reshape it, you never need to look for a different place where you can put it if it no longer fits where it originally was. But that's just a GameMaker thing. And a JavaScript thing, and I think Python also allows mutable arrays. But in C, you have to manually decide how big your array is going to be. You need to allocate the memory for it. After determining how much memory you're going to need, as by, well, you better know how big your data storage type is. And obviously C doesn't help you with this. Sure, C has structs, yes. Which means a struct in C, let's pull up a struct, let's pull up this. In C, I would declare a struct type like so, or I would declare it with types. So I would say this is a pointer, this also, these are all pointers, this is a boolean, this is a boolean. Doesn't matter, don't worry about it. And then it falls to me to calculate, okay, so a pointer that's 32 bits big, that's 4 bytes, 8, 12, 16, then booleans. I don't actually remember. Like, well, what I'm stuck on is a boolean a single bit or is it a byte in C? No, a boolean is a single bit, but you need to request a byte to store it, I think. But in this case, you could request a single byte, which would be enough to put in these two booleans and have 6 bytes left. Sorry, have 6 bits left over. So this would be 8, 16, 16, and 1, so 17 bytes. So you have to calculate that yourself. And calculate, okay, each post artistry requirement state requires 17 bytes to store its data. Because we're not storing the data in itself, we're storing a pointer, we're storing an object reference. If you don't understand the difference, if you don't understand what that means, don't worry about it. It means that you are a blessed programmer who doesn't need to care about it. It's an object reference. Don't worry about it. In fact, really, it's better if you don't know what a pointer is. That only invites bad habits. So you need to calculate, or you need to know, okay, this struct is now 17 bytes large. So I need to, for an array of 5 of them, I need to request 85 bytes of storage. So you go to C, you get that memory, and then you make an array, and you tell it, go to this address, go to where the block of memory that I requested previously starts, and write your data in there. Whether you have done this correctly, whether you have enough memory or too much, or whether you are going to the wrong address, C does not care. If you are lucky, you are working with a modern version of C, which at least checks for segmentation faults, which is where you go outside of the realm of the memory that you're allowed to access. Like if you request 1 byte and then you try to write a virus that is 2 kilobytes large, obviously that's not going to work. If you're super lucky, it's even going to prevent you from reading segmentation faults, which is, well, the other way. You try to access memory that isn't yours for reading. Yes, both of these are massive security issues. Would you guess that there are only some versions of C that prevent you from doing it? Obviously. Back in the olden days, it was the Wild West. It was, well, malicious actors just weren't considered. And to a large part, they literally didn't exist because the only actors that existed were researchers. College employees like yourself. So, yeah. And this whole tangent is a tangent to a tangent because it used to work that because memory allocation is relatively expensive. You need to locate an amount of memory equal to what you need. And also, let's say you request, you request 85 bytes here, you request 20 bytes there, you request 4 bytes for a number there, and the computer is doing different things. You can end up with fragmented memory, which onto itself isn't a big issue. RAM's entire point, random access memory, is that it can efficiently be accessed wherever. So fragmenting it isn't a big issue. But it does mean that you've now got a bunch of blocks, and even if you free this, right, in our example, how can I demonstrate this? Let's say You've got... Right, I'm not allowed to make a hashtag. I remember. Because GameMaker assumes that I'm trying to open a dropdown. Let's say you've got this, you've got some open space here, you've got a little closed space here, like so. In this example, let's also say, whoops, let's say it looks like this. So we don't have a ton of space open. We don't have a ton of consecutive space open. Now, even if this opens up, let's say we open up this block, we release it because we no longer need it. If we now request 6 bytes of storage, then, well, we don't have it. This block is only 6 bytes long. Sorry, it's only 5 bytes long, and we need 6 consecutive ones. Because fragmented memory isn't a big issue, but you can't split it. And at this point, there are a few possible options. Probably it's going to crash because it's gonna say, well, I don't have the memory that you want. Use less of it. An alternative solution would be compression, where it could go through, see what's assigned where, and it can like take this block, put it every time. It can put it here, and it can move this block back a bit in order to try and make more space. But that is super expensive, and I don't think infrastructure at the time could do this automatically. So, but the problem is we have the memory, we just can't access it because it's not in consecutive chunks. So, what you would do instead of requesting your variables, instead of requesting your memory in small chunks, where let's say this is fragmented because this used to be allocated to some other process, or it used to be allocated to yourself, but it has since then been freed. Now this is frustrating because you've got plenty of memory, but you just can't use it. So what you used to do instead is, at the start of the program, N64 games do this most famously, you just go, right, I'm going to need 400 kilobytes of memory. So give me all that memory, and I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do with it. Just make sure that I have it, and I'm gonna put some stuff in it. Don't worry about it. And then, you know, you might allocate some stuff, you might deallocate some stuff, but you don't free the memory. It is fundamentally yours until your program ends, and then you free up this entire block. In which case, it once again becomes free and available for other programs to use. That has the advantage that, sure, you need to manage your own space, but you know that you will have access to those 400 kilobytes. No amount of fragmentation, no amount of random variation in what order things are allocated is going to stop you. And that's the idea. That is why we used to allocate memory in a big chunk at the start. And that is why fundamentally even memory that you're not using can remain yours until you give it up, because we want to support that behavior. That's not a hack, that is a good pattern. If you already know you're going to need the memory, then just allocate it. Obviously, allocate as little as you need, but do take that. So that's why things don't tend to release by themselves. Now, of course, we're talking about a world 40 years ago. we're talking about a world where automatic memory management wasn't even possible, let alone viable. So, is it an insult that today's modern garbage collector doesn't release unreferenced memory when it is perfectly well aware whether or not that memory is referenced? Yeah, it is an insult. But that's just the way that things are. So, what needs to happen? I need to test this a little bit more. I need to see what's happening with the freehand drawings, because right now it doesn't look like it is doing them perfectly. Comma, but hey, it is largely doing the thing as it should. We can put this, we can swap color, we can have you and you and you and you, and we can even draw a little, come on, where is it? Obviously I made a heart stamp. We can put this there. Right. And we can undo this stuff. And this properly updates the paper, it properly updates the requirements. Oh, all's well in love and the world, I suppose. Also, if I, from the valid state, if I click the garbage can, we are once again invalid. Perfect. Okay. Well, that's us, I suppose. That's good. That's excellent. That is a beautiful point. Yeah, gonna need to do a little debugging, but we can take that off of our to-do list. Blah 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 blah. Yep. I wrote this down in like 2 sentences as if it was super simple, and I didn't just spend a cumulative 6 hours implementing that. Yeah, I suppose out of this, so what's gonna happen is that is going to be us for today, as it is that time that I should hop off. I am hungering a lot. But the show doesn't need to be over. Let us see if we can find someone. Whom shall we raid today? I feel like going to Nikki once more. I haven't raided him in a while. So, man, the music really changed perfectly at the perfect time, didn't it? So, yes, that's gonna be it for me for today. Thank you all so much for watching, chatting, hanging out, doing all the things that you do. I'll be live tomorrow at, due to daylight savings time, it's going to be 3 hours before now, because, you know, 9 AM Central European time, it's going to be sooner because daylight savings time is going to change. But anyways, you know, you'll find me, I'm sure. And then we can clean this stuff up, and then I suppose what we're going to have is we are going to have a build that I can submit to Steam. Excellent. Hey, there's another milestone, just like that. Obviously it's not finished. I'm talking about a demo build, but still, that's huge. That's the kinds of things that They're always in the distance, you never think about them, and then they're there. So here we are. There's a bit of cleanup left to do. As I said, I have a bug to find, which is probably gonna be super easy. I just need to concentrate a bit on it. Anyway, let us... I need to copy his name. Let us put on a little raid, and that'll be it from me for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, next week, or whenever. I'll certainly make a big ruckus once the Steam demo is approved and available. Excite! Gonna make a big ruckus about that, and things are looking great as for entering into the next fest, and that'll be great. And from that point forward, I suppose we can put a commit on it, and then we can work on finishing off the complete version, which isn't gonna be that much more either. I think we are well on our way to release, and since we don't have a fixed release date anyway, it'll be great. Right, but with that, thanks for watching, and goodbye everyone. Great time!